Lexer, I will say it is dumb. Okay, Twitch screwed me over on 2 different stream streaks with Zep. Okay. Now the 3rd time, I know I missed a stream. But it's just like, it is so weird. What counts, what doesn't count, when they count it. They say, save your stream streak. If you watch within the next 24 hours, you can save it. I remember doing that once or twice with Zep. And then all of a sudden it's like, no, you actually kind of lost it. Sorry. Yeah, about that and stuff. It's like, okay, well, you do you, I guess. And, yeah, much appreciate you. Thanks. Way to be poo-poo. Stuff like that. Anyway, guys, welcome on in. Happy Friday to you. Hope you guys are doing well. Hope your week went well. It's finally here. It is finally here. 2 years as an affiliate. As of today. I hit affiliate on this day 2 years ago. It is Friday, Kazzy. It is Friday. If it's not Friday, what the heck is going on? Why are we going backwards? Trust me, actually, yesterday, I thought yesterday was Friday. There was a couple times yesterday when I almost said Happy Friday. And I'm like, wait a minute. No, it's not Friday. It is Thursday. This week has been weird. Lexer, thank you. Thank you so much for the 5 gifties. We'll talk about those in just a second. Because we've got incentives to talk about. I'll get that sub counter working for you guys here in just a second because got to talk about that. We are going to still play some games. If you guys saw on Discord and socials yesterday, a little bit of a change going on with the schedule for this weekend. And I'll explain why. So, I want to get soppy. And you guys know that I get sappy a lot, no matter what. It's hard for me not to be sappy during some of this stuff. And I apologize if you're hearing it for like the 100 millionth time. I'm going to try to keep it short tonight because, well, I want to play some games. You guys have heard me talking this up for a while. So you guys get it. You guys get it. I know you do. Tsunami, thank you so much for the 5 gifties as well. All I'm going to say is, up until over the last 2 years, thank you guys so much for your support. Thank you guys so much for the love, the appreciation, sticking with me, especially last year when things were kind of crappy, especially during that, like, April to October realm of me barely streaming. Went through some dark times, went through some hard times. Not gonna lie, going to TwitchCon in October was kind of that boost for me again. Getting a lot of love and support from you guys, from friends, everything. It was huge. I've been moving around a lot. I had some outstanding roommates before I made my temporary move to where I'm at now for 5 or 6 months that were very, very supportive, very, very flexible with me streaming. And that also helped me get back into some sort of rhythm. Just lots of pushing, lots of support, lots of everything. Because there was a time last year where I didn't know if I was going to keep doing this. I'll be honest. There was a time I kind of thought that I wasn't going to be doing it as much or to the volume that I have been. But you guys have helped. You guys have really, really helped, and I appreciate it. To my mods, Narina, Tsunami, Star, Hammer. Whether the capacity has been whatever, I've had you guys around for 2 years plus. Technically plus, because we are like on 25 months of streaming. I appreciate you guys as well. So, thank you, thank you, thank you. Don't mind that. That wasn't that good. I was actually kind of surprised as we've gone throughout the last like 4 or 5 months to see numbers boosting. I try not to pay attention to numbers, but since I got kind of back in the rhythm of things have kind of taken off a little bit. Met a lot more people, met new people, hanging out with a lot of people. It's been great. So this has opened up a lot of opportunities, met a lot of new people, made a lot of really, really good connections with a lot of you. So I'm very, very appreciative of that. All right, that's the sappy part of today. I'm gonna take a sip of my pop real quick. It just kind of dribbled down my shirt. Well, guys, let's talk about what's going on with the subathon right now. So I've kind of talked it up in the last couple of streams of what am I sipping? I am sipping orange cream poppy. I have gotten, and this is due in thanks to my friends Hammer and Amine. I have been on a poppy binge because I'm not the biggest pop drinker, especially like super duper sugary pop. I used to be huge on like Dr. Pepper and stuff like that. Lexer, I know you're big on Dr. Pepper. I used to be a huge fan of Dr. Pepper. I went to zero sugar, which is still really good. But Poppy actually kind of fills that spot now. It's a prebiotic, but it's also like light in sugar, but it still has a good sweetness to it. So that's what I'm drinking. All right. So you can see under me, I've got a sub counter. That sub counter will be updated manually because the automatic one was being a piece of crap and I could not get it to work properly. So I'm just going to be typing it in manually. Sub counter there below. Thanks for the hype train, everybody, by the way. It's in that small print down there. You might not be able to read it all that well. Everything is going to be put towards the sub counter. Gift subs, new subs, and resubs. Everything's going in that. And we have already gotten a count up. I will show you that counter right now. We're up to 25 already. So late last night, if you were watching Yap Attack with me and Mona, I got 10 gifties from... I got 15 gifties overall. I should actually say. I got 15 gifties last night. It was towards the end of stream. I yelled at the 2 people that gifted them last night and told them they should have waited. That's okay. I wasn't mad at them or anything. But everyone last night was like, just count them. Just count them. So that's what we did. So there's 15 already in here from last night towards the end of Yap Attack. Then we've got the 5, or we've got the 10 that we've gotten in here so far. Oops, pulled up the wrong screen. So Lexer, thank you for your 5. Tsunami, thank you for your 5. Tsunami, thank you for your 30 streak. Much appreciate all of you guys. There was 11. What do you mean there was 11? There was the 10. There's the 5. Ah, Tsunami. You had the... That's right. You had the Prime resub. But that was before we talked about adding those in. If you guys think that should count,
Red meat, we crave
I will throw that in there to make it 26. Food sounds good. I ate before stream. Food, or tummy is happy with the food. But again, that's whatever you guys think of that. Everybody hydrate also. Thank you, Hapless. Hapless, good to see you. Hope you're doing well. All right, let's
We
show
interrupt our
off.
program to bring you this important message. I love you. Now, back to our show.
You had a resub today, Kazzy? Twitch did not put it in. Yeah, it did not show up in my activity feed. But I will believe you, and we'll throw that up to 26. Kazzy, thank you so much for your Prime. I think it's your Prime. Yeah, you got the Prime crown there. Let me add that one in. We had that actually happen a couple nights ago, where somebody re-upped their sub and it did not show up. So let me fix that real quick then. So that puts us at 26. 26. So we're already through 5, 10, 15, 20. We're already through 5 incentives so far. You're such a light sleeper that you welcome in. Cree, how you doing? Good to see you. And it's your first time chat. Welcome on in, friend. All right, let's talk about the incentives. No, actually, let's talk about the schedule first, because I mentioned that the schedule has changed up just a little bit, okay? The incentive list was the first thing ready to go. But let's fix that real quick, because we've got... There it is. Perfect. All right, so let's look at the schedule, first of all, for this week, okay? So, to give you guys the explanation of what happened, it's 3:24 a.m. Isn't that a SpongeBob meme? No, it's 3:28 a.m. or something like that. And, oh boy, 3 a.m. So here's what we're looking at for this week. So originally, this week was supposed, or this weekend, I should say. Tonight was originally just going to be a straight yapping stream. We were going to talk about what was going to be going on this week. Because of some work slip-ups on their end, not mine, I got roped into doing not one softball game this weekend, but 3, including the one I did earlier today. So that's why we're starting a little bit later than we originally, because I think originally we were going to start at 6 o'clock Central Time tonight. Now we're starting at 9, or we started just after 9 o'clock. So what's going on this weekend is we're streaming now. I'm going to get started on Final Fantasy VII here in a little bit. I want to get through some of the start of the first part. Anska, thank you so much. Thanks for coming in, buddy. Hope you're doing well. So we're gonna play for a few hours tonight. Tomorrow, original schedule for this weekend was going to be, I was going to start at 10 a.m. Central Time on Saturday and then play Final Fantasy pretty much non-stop until I beat it. So it was going to be an all-nighter, an overnight stream, Saturday into Sunday. Final Fantasy VII, if you've played it, this is the OG, by the way, that we're playing. We're not playing the remake. My, personal best on this game was 34, 35 hours. So and I'm still going to hold this. I'm going to still hold to this as well, by the way. I'm trying to go for sub 30 on this game. I'm trying to go for sub 30 for the entire game. But instead of obviously going for 35 hours straight, it's going to be broken up, which I took that as, okay, maybe now's not the time to be doing an all-nighter just yet. So I've got 2 more softball games this weekend to announce. I've got one tomorrow and then one on Sunday. Tomorrow starts at noon Central. Sunday starts at 11 a.m. Central. Basically, the plans here, as you can see, on average, softball goes 2.5 hours, depending on the pace of the game. Tonight was a longer game, but we still got started on time. If softball, either one of these 2 days, ends early and I get home early and I have lunch and I get myself settled in, we'll probably start early. But right now, tomorrow, we're going to start at 4 o'clock Central Time. Going to pick up on Final Fantasy from where we left off. Same thing goes on Sunday. We're going to start at 3 o'clock Central Time and pick off from where we're at in the game. The goal will be tomorrow we're going to play quite a bit with the hopes to finish on Sunday. If I start to get really exhausted on Sunday and we're like close to the end, I'll probably try to trudge through, because if you played through the original, Disc 3 is pretty much the end of the game. So if we get to Disc 3 and we still got a couple hours on Sunday, we're going to beat the game. But let's say we're pushing like 1 o'clock on Sunday morning and we're just getting Disc 3, then I'll probably do a little overflow into Monday. And then we'll finish up Final Fantasy VII on Monday and then get into Sonic Rumble. But the rest of the schedule is pretty much still as is for this coming week. Monday will be Sonic Rumble. Planning on doing... I've gotten 7 new codes to give out for Sonic Rumble Party. I'm not going to give them all out that day, but I will give out a good chunk of them. Tuesday originally was going to be Kirby's Adventure. We're switching that up to Mega Man Legacy Collection. Because I got the reminder that the Legacy Collection and Legacy Collection 2 has some really fun challenge modes in it, like boss rushes, level rushes, time attacks and stuff like that. I thought, you know what, that's going to be a little bit more fun. And as much as I love Kirby, I would like to do that. So we just had the game change on Tuesday. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday are all still status quo. Wednesday is going to be a scary game night. That game is still TBD. Thursday is opening day for Major League Baseball, so we're going to be celebrating that by having... I wanted to do like a live reaction to the Cubs game going on because I'm a big Cubs fan, but they play during the day. That game will be far done by the time we start. But we are going to play some backyard baseball that night. Part of me really was tempted to pick up... MLB The Show 26. That game costs $70. I said, hell no. I'll wait till it's on sale. Hi, D. Welcome on in and happy... Yeah, I guess. Thank you, friends. And then next Friday, big collab to pretty much finish this thing out on a blast. Lockdown Protocol, including myself, we got 12 people lined up for it. It is going to be a blast. It is going to be fun. It is. I'm very much already looking forward to next Friday, but we're going to have fun pretty much over the next week or so. So that is the updated schedule for this week. To talk about our goals, our incentives. Well, you guys have already gotten me up to 25, so we're already 5 incentives in. Where are my incentives? Oh, there they are. There's my incentives. All right, I'm going to make this a little bit bigger so you guys can see it. I know fishing's in the background. My apologies. You guys will see your fish eventually. All right. So for the first... Get that goat out of my face. Hey, Mike, welcome on in. You guys have hit the first... I'm sorry, 1, 2, 3, 4... You guys have hit the first 7 so far. First one, these first 2 were pretty much going to be a fun incentive for you guys to get. First sub was to show off the new reference sheet, which we will do after we talk about the incentive list. Second sub is to put a new daily stream, or a stream routine basically in. So it's going to be called Tuned In. It's going to be one of those where it's going to be one channel point, and you just say you tuned in. Boom. and hopefully Twitch counts you if you lurk in the background, that it counts you as a viewer, because Twitch is being funky lately. Next one up was 5 subs, which is a full playthrough of Huntsman. If you guys remember at Halloween this past year, I played through the demo of Huntsman. If you guys remember what it is, great. If you don't, if you have arachnophobia, it's probably going to be one that you're going to skip. Basically, big spiders in big sciencey lab you got to get through alive. That's really about it. I do have a clip somewhere. If you go back on YouTube or TikTok or whatever it is, you'll find it. As I've mentioned to people before, my arachnophobia has gotten a little bit better over the years. A little bit. But it's still there. We'll just say it's still there. So we'll do a full playthrough of the full game of Huntsman. D, thank you so much for the 30 streak. Big love, friends. Mike, thank you so much for the resub at 2 months. As I mentioned earlier, resubs do count also towards the counter there. So we'll put that up to 27. So we got that. You guys hit 10, which is a punishment wheel stream. This one, you guys are going to have fun with. You guys get to choose the punishments for the wheel. Obviously within reason. And the mods will look it over. And I think I have the power to veto. I think we came down to, obviously I can't veto everything that comes in, but I've got the power to veto like 2. Otherwise, I might just have fun with it anyway and just be like, you know what? I'm not going to use my veto power this time. I'm going to say, whatever you guys put on there, put it on there. They're going to start a thread on Discord. It's going to be in a hidden channel. The herb. Anska, yes. Coriander or cilantro was brought up. I will put that on the wheel. I am willing to put that on the wheel also because I can go get a bunch of it, and I know it won't get wasted. Unfortunately, well, because I don't eat it, because I've got the soap gene. The last time I got it, I tried to get as little as I could. Obviously, it still got some very slight waste, but it got composted. Let's put it that way. So yes, that will be one of those that'll be on there. So we hit the 10. That was your 10. You guys get to choose a punishment wheel. Mods will get a Discord channel set up in my server. If you're not there, ! Discord in chat, and you'll get the link to go there. Basically, if it's going to be one of those things of it's going to be a hidden channel, I'll technically be able to see the channel in the list, but it'll be grayed out for me, which is basically my tell of don't you fucking look until we tell you to. And more or less, that's going to come down to, hey, the night before we get the punishment wheel stream going, that's when I look at it. I will let my mods take care of that. I trust them. I know that's putting a lot of power in their hands, but oh well. You guys have gifted the subs for that incentive. You guys have fun with it. 15 subs is community game night. So guess what? We're going to have a community game night sometime. We'll probably put it sometime in April, towards the end of the month. But we'll play Jackbox, we'll play Mario Kart, we'll play King of the Castle, we'll play Cult of the Lamb, we'll play one of those games that everyone can enjoy. I'm up for suggestions as well. It could be golf with your friends, it could be Super Battle Golf, it could be whatever you guys think. We will talk about the community night. I bring up Super Battle Golf because I still haven't played it. I really want to play Super Battle Golf. 20 subs, new sub badges. So you guys have had the little microphones next to your names. I made those pretty much quick on a whim right after I got affiliated a couple of years ago. And they only go up through a year. We're on 2 years now. I think we can add another one in there. Maybe 2. We can probably do a 1.5 years and a 2-year sub badge. So now I've got to get sub badges commissioned, or we'll all come up with a new simple design. It's probably not something that needs to be super complicated. I could probably just make something in Canva. But we'll get a redesign of the sub badges for you guys. So if you guys have been here for 2 years, you'll have a new badge eventually. If you guys have been here for a year and a half, you'll have a new badge. I might just do a complete redesign of everything from a month all the way up to 2 years. And the latest one that you guys hit, also Lewis, welcome on in. Hope you're doing well. You guys hit 25, which means we're going to get a chat mascot. We're going to get a mascot for you guys, of you guys. Now, and I said I will reveal the idea after we reach the goal. Guess what? We hit the goal. So, what we came up with, Narina and I kind of brainstormed a couple months ago. The idea came, I think it was, there was a day back in January, I believe it was, where I mentioned in Discord. If you guys are familiar with Discord, you'll know what I'm talking about. If you're not, then you'll understand what I'm coming from. So in my Discord, I have a channel where I do a daily weather forecast, which I know I forgot to do today because I was out the door pretty much at 7 o'clock this morning and had not been home. Who did that? I can only think of one person who did this. Stupid updates, stupid Tangia thing. Was it who I thought it was? Come on, tell me, chat, tell me. I don't need to know that. It was. Hi, Dio. Welcome on in. So the idea we came up with from this, so going back, I do a daily weather forecast in Discord. I sometimes forget, unfortunately. Everybody hydrate, by the way. Somebody, I think it might have been Luis, that said something about a weather rock. Everyone turn to your weather rock. And if it wasn't Luis and it was one of you guys, I apologize. I really do. Somebody brought up the idea of a weather rock. Turn to your local weather rock for the forecast for that day.
Lizard, lizard, lizard,
lizard, lizard, lizard, lizard, lizard, lizard, lizard, lizard, lizard, lizard, lizard, lizard, lizard, lizard. We are thinking of a weather rock.
We're watching gay sex. Let's go.
It has been such a hot minute since we've heard that one. That's one of my favorites from Joel. We're going to do a chat mascot of a weather rock living inside. It's a big throwback because I think it's because it's 100 bits now instead of, channel points. Why, Stream Elements, are you... I am not collabing with Mona on Skindio. I think Mona will be streaming later tonight, so go check her out anyway. I'm going to go turn that off. So the idea is a weather rock housed inside of a radio cabinet. So basically, you guys will have a weather rock dedicated to you guys. I know you guys are the freaks, okay? Let's put it that way. You guys will still be the freaks no matter what. However, we're going to go from the tower. The tower will still be like that notable thing, okay? The tower will always be a very, very notable thing. Why didn't the squat wheel turn? Gotta love that all my things are not working as well as they should be. We can have two mascots too. You are absolutely correct. Hammer, let me get your squat wheel going here real quick. We could have two. We'll keep the tower. Like we see, I could have sworn the tower was on the screen. It's not. You'll see it on the gaming screen. Channel points. Squat wheel. Today. There it is. Look over the squat wheel. And it looks like we're going to have 25. The maximum! See? Wheel is not broken. We're getting the max amount anyway. I will do those after I get finished explaining what we're talking about here in the chat mascot. So you guys will be, you will have a chat mascot housed inside of a radio cabinet. I was thinking of some older style radio cabinet, not necessarily like the big ones that stood like 5 feet tall from like the 40s, but I'm talking like, you know, an old transistor radio that you guys will be housed in. So you guys will have a little house. You guys will have a little house inside of a transistor radio. It'll have an open face and everything. But we'll get some little dials on it and everything. So we'll make it still look like a radio, but you guys will be able to be seen in there. And I'll still put like a little, this one's just coming off the top of my head, by the way. So before people complain that I never talked about this before, this one just literally popped into my head. And on the back or on the top or something, you know, we'll have the explanation of the weather rock. You know, if the weather rock is dry, it's sunny, it's dry. If the weather rock is wet, it's raining. If the weather rock is gone, there was a tornado. If the weather rock has snow on or is icy, it snowed. Stuff like that. So, but we'll do the weather rock. You guys will have a weather rock. That'll be the chat mascot inside of a little cozy weather or a cozy radio. So really, the next incentive for you guys right now is the mod takeover, where all 4 of my mods will figure something out. Play a game. They can play a game. Whatever we do, there'll be a mod takeover. So that is the next incentive. As you can see, we're going all the way up to 100. We're going every 5. The next few are pretty much like stream-related things with GeoGuessr, with live book reading, and with a public domain movie watching night in the style of Mystery Science Theater 3000. And then 50 is a radio show style call-in with you guys, because there is a feature here on Twitch that allows viewers to call in if you have phone verification with your Discord, or with Twitch, excuse me. So it'll be like, I do a radio show, I do what I used to do, and take call-ins. We'll have a subject or two, we'll get opinions, we'll have fun with it. Then we get new stream alerts, a international snack stream. I'll record Waze GPS directions for you guys to use if you use Waze. I'm going to get a theme song commissioned, Sonic Persona commission. If you're in Discord, if we hit 80, we'll get an exclusive smut book reading. New starting soon screen, new chatting space like this. I want to, if we hit that, we're getting an overhaul of this radio studio that we're in right now. 95 is a chibi model, 100 subs is a 2.0 model. And the 2.0 model is going to be off of the ref sheet that I am about to show off to you guys. If somehow we get over 100, we'll talk about stretch goals. I'm not talking about stretch goals right now because we're nowhere near them. And we've got a week to get through. So, are you guys ready for the ref sheet? Noble, welcome on in. How you doing, friend? Let's show off the ref sheet, shall we? Where is the reference sheet? Aha. All right, you guys ready? Gonna put the ref sheet up in 3, 2, 1. It's way too big. Anyway, here's the reference sheet that I recently got done. Thank you, Noble. Here is the new this is actually not the new, I can't say the new reference sheet. This is basically my first ever reference sheet. Because the model you guys see right now is one that I basically just made up in VRoid over the course of like a couple of days. You made it yesterday? Nice! Congratulations! Yeah, that means we're pretty much a day apart. So we can call it twinsies. We can call it twinsies. So this reference sheet was made by the lovely Space Dorito. Space Dorito also goes by Desu. I basically told Desu that I wanted the biggest goal I had with 2.0 is to kind of keep the same little bit with the hoodie and everything, because actually Desu was the one who designed the hoodie that I'm wearing right now. I wanted to get a little bit more maturity into my model. As much as I like feeling young, I know I am not a young person. I am not calling myself old. You guys better shut up. That is a preemptive don't you dare. But I wanted something that was a little bit more older looking, a little bit more mature looking. So this is what we got. Desu did a very, very, very good job. And basically, if we hit 100, this is what we're going to get to. Okay. This will be what Teeps 2.0 will look like. And the hair is a little bit more. I think the biggest thing I really, really love about this is A, headphones. B, the Ohage. I loved the addition of the Ohage because we kind of have one. If you look, if you look at the model right now, there's that little sprout on the top of my head there. It's not necessarily, you could kind of consider that an Ohage, but Desu gave me a legitimate Ohage. That big old feather right there in front. Yeah, 1900s getting rise up. I'm a 90s kid, let's just put it that way. I am born and raised a 90s kid. Well, when I say I'm a 90s kid, I got to enjoy the 90s, let's just put it that way. But yeah, here we go. That's Teebs 2.0. Big shout out to Desu. If Desu streamed, I would shout her out in that. Some days I do have that little hair feather. I really do. That hair feather will come out. So like right now, my hair is a little bit longer. It's going to get cut before I start my new job here in a couple months. So fun fact about me real quick. I do have naturally curly hair. My friends have seen one of my old passport photos when I was a sophomore in high school when I had a bush on my head. And I am talking a literal like Q-tip on my head because I had an afro. I had an afro growing up in high school. Ever since college, though, I have never grown my hair out so much that I get that. Because when I had the afro, and I straightened it out once in college, the white boy afro, yes, I got past shoulder-length hair when my hair was grown out that much. Now it's just like, I keep it a lot more tame. Like right now, I think I'm going on 5 or 6 months without a haircut, and that's usually like the limit for me, or else it gets a little unmanageable. My friends give me a hard time for it, lovingly. I blow dry my hair to keep it straight now. However, blow drying my hair also gives me that little bit of a feather in my hair, that little Ohage, or I get that after I wake up too. So we're kind of keeping it close. We're keeping it close to this, just again a little bit more mature. Anyway, that's where we got Teeps 2.0. This is what's to come eventually with the new model. Overall, again, the biggest goal here is all the money raised will be going towards streaming related things. I always try to keep everything that you guys ever give in the first place. You spent it on stream, that's what it's going towards. It's going towards improvements. Sometimes it does go towards games for content and everything. But the real big thing this time is big improvements. I've talked about it a lot. I stream off of a laptop. I've been doing it since I've started. With how streaming is evolving, with how many more elements are involving in streaming, and how much power and memory gets taken up on a computer when you are streaming, mine does have its limits. I am proud of this laptop. It is a legit gaming laptop that I spent a good chunk of change on.
We interrupt our program to bring you this important message. I love you. Now back to our show.
It is time for something more permanent, though. Let's put it that way. I'm not going for like a $3,000-$4,000 setup, obviously. That's way outside of my range anyway. But I want something that's going to be a little bit more comfortable with running a few more things. So again, a lot of the stuff, if not 90% of what kind of gets raised, is going towards a new setup. It's going towards new streaming stuff. So that way I can continue to do this. I can continue doing this in a comfortable capacity. And if you guys have watched some streams where it either gets very, very choppy or the stream just completely shuts down because my computer crashes, I want to fix that. I want to fix that. I want to be able to play games comfortably. I want to be able to play games without them having any sort of scuff. So that's what the big goal is. Obviously, there is stuff on that list that will need a little extra spending. But again, I think the biggest thing is just overall stream improvements, overall hardware improvements. That way I can continue to give you guys awesome streams, stuff like that. So that is what this is all about. And also my chance to give back to you guys as well with a lot of the incentives. Because I want you guys to continue having fun. I want to continue to seeing you guys enjoy yourselves here. You guys be cozy, comfy, for this to be a welcoming place for you guys, a place where you guys can just kind of chill and stuff. Yes, it gets chaotic every now and then, but when it's just like us and I'm playing a solo game and stuff like that, I like this to be a cozy spot. And we do a lot of yapping too. So there's updates, there's improvements I want to make for you guys and for myself, for all of us to continue having fun. With that said, how about we play some games for tonight? We are getting ready to start the playthrough of Final Fantasy VII. We are going through the OG. If you guys have never seen Final Fantasy VII, the OG Final Fantasy VII, you're in for a fun treat. If your first go through of Final Fantasy VII was through Remake and Rebirth, I'm going to tell you right now, if you have not finished this game, first of all, I will say the Midgar, so basically anything that happened in Remake happens in like the first 5 hours of this game. They added so much to Remake to make it a lot more fun. So if your only experience of 7 has been through Remake or Rebirth, you guys are going to see a much more simple version of that. If your only experience with this game is this game, then you guys are going to probably be in for some nostalgia. Let's put it that way. Yeah, if you guys are going to have fun with this one. We're playing this one because this is very close to my heart. This is the game that got me into Final Fantasy. This is the game that really got me into JRPGs also growing up. This was a game that my brother and I begged my parents to let us keep getting out of Blockbuster for 2 weeks. And we eventually beat it. So this is why I wanted to play this one first. And also because last year, I didn't play through this game at all. I loved giving this game a play at least once a year. Because it's a comfort game for me. And I still get very emotional about it. And I still have a lot of fun with it. Did you see the tornado count so far for this year? Yeah. I think we're like in the top 5 or top 3, if not. They're high. I know that much. Especially with the last couple outbreaks. Anyway, guys, if you know a lot about this game, I'm going to do my best not to spoil too much, because I know there's probably people in here that have never played through this game or don't know the story of 7. I will do my best not to be spoilery. If you guys have also played through this game, I will ask you guys to do the same. But also understand, this game has been out for 29 years. I felt my back breaking just by saying that this game has been out for 29 years. It came out in 97. So it has been out for a long time. But yeah. If you played through it, though, I'd love to hear some of your takes and stuff from it. I'd love to hear what your favorite memories of this game are. Spoiler, it's a game. It is a game. It is a fun game. And obviously, again, if your first experiences were with Remake and with Rebirth, you're in for such a graphic shock. Get ready for PS1 polygons. But I can tell you right now, so this came out not too long after the original PS1 came out. Which I'm gonna do something here real quick. Oh, mods, can you please change our game over to Final Fantasy VII? And also make sure that it doesn't show up as Remake. Because I know it will just say Remake. If you have to, you probably have to use Roman numerals to make sure it's the actual one. But just seeing this for the first time, after getting out, thank you, Star. After playing through everything on Super Nintendo with 16-bit, going back to 8-bit on Nintendo, huge upgrade. Huge upgrade. It's so good. It hits the same. It just all hits the same. Try to do something here real quick. Oh yeah. This was so mind-blowing back in the day. Real quick for my model. Why is the music so soft? The music's soft, but the sound effects are good. I might have to go in the options real quick. So there's your first look at Barrett. There's your first look at Cloud. And what's fun about this is you don't know Cloud's name right away. You just know him as Ex-Soldier. We gotta get that music up. We gotta get that music up. This still to this day is my favorite soundtrack out of any of them too. Let's just say everything in this game is probably my favorite out of any. Give me a second here, guys. I'm trying to see if I can get my model to flip real quick, so I'm actually looking at the game rather than the unnecessary flips off the trains. Just so much good things in this game. Where can I... Mirror. Camera? Camera? Looks like a polygon that's... let's do this. Can we do this? No, it's Elgato. Ow! So here's what we're gonna do. You can move over here. You can move over here. And then I do this. Ah, that's better. Much better. Alright. Running along. Get ambushed right away. Here you see the famous Buster Sword. I gotta up the, I gotta change up the battle settings real quick, too. So, for the longest time, I played this game... I usually up the battle speed, but I always played it on... I played it on weight. Is this the marathon? It is the marathon. So, Mike, we're doing it a little different, though. So I gave it a little explanation, while we were kind of going over things. Let me see. We'll put the battle speed up a little bit, and it will be active. This will be active, which means, so a lot of times when you're playing like turn-based like this, especially in the earlier Final Fantasy, if you're like in a menu or if you're in certain actions, your active time battle will be more of nobody can take a turn basically when you're in certain menus. But like if you're in that main menu where you've got your actions, then obviously everything's running more or less. So if it's on recommended or wait, most of the time when you're looking for items or when you're looking for certain spells, I thought about doing something where it's like, I should get you guys to name our characters, but we're just gonna go all defaults because we're going through this fairly quick. Well, fairly quick, still gonna be like 30 hours. But if I have it on active, that means no matter what's going on, when I'm going through menus and everything in battle, enemies can still take their turns. And I up the speed a little bit as well, so it's gonna be kind of a bit of a quick motion in it. There we get our badass Barret, leader of Avalanche, and just seeing like shots like this were huge back then. The real question is, will you ensure the one name is correct? If we're talking about Aerith, I want to say with the new ports that they defaulted to Aerith over Eris. There were a lot of pencil holder. I'm gonna smack you. Dio, I still have that clip of when I first played this a couple years ago on stream. I still don't forgive you for that. Mike, don't worry about it. Mike, have you played this game? Let me ask you that. Before I say anything, have you played this game before, or do you know the story about this game? Because I'm only asking of the question that you asked there. Because if you don't get the reference, then we won't spoil it. I know some of the story in Aerith, okay. Well, the time will come this weekend when we'll get the reference that Dio was just talking about. Alright. right, we'll run down here because there's a phoenix down in this treasure chest. There were quite a few different mistranslations in this game, assuming you're awake for it. Okay, so Mike, going back on what I was talking about earlier, I am not playing this all night, unfortunately, again. Originally, this was supposed to start tomorrow morning. Oh yeah, it'll be clipped. I am not doing an all-nighter because of some work follies. Originally, the announcing gigs that I was supposed to have this weekend, it was supposed to just be today. So originally this weekend was going to be yapping today, and then I was going to do the marathon starting tomorrow morning through whenever I finished on Sunday. But instead of me being signed up for one softball game this weekend, I did not mean to go back and press that. I'm signed up for 3. So I have softball games to work tomorrow and softball game to work on Sunday. Tomorrow's softball game is at noon Central Time, which means we're going to start stream tomorrow. Iconic battle music, you get to hear it for the first time. So tomorrow we're starting at 4 o'clock Central. We're going to pick up basically wherever we leave off from tonight. And the same thing will go for Sunday. But tomorrow and Sunday will be still very long streams. But again, it's not going to be the 30 to 35 hour gauntlet marathon that I was planning on doing originally. So yeah, tomorrow we'll start at 4 Central. Sunday we'll start at 3 Central. Might be earlier too, depending on if I get done with games earlier. And if that happens to be the case, I'll tell everybody on Discord and everything. Or you'll get the notification. You'll get the notification that I'm starting. The VODs will be posted pretty quickly as well. Typically, I try to get VODs up after streams and everything, as is. So, you'll be able to see everything as it's going. Welcome back from Ad Jail, everybody. Wow. I was mid-jumping animation onto the ladder and I still got pulled into a battle? Interesting. So yeah. Final Fantasy is going to be played over the course of 3 days, including tonight, over the next 2 days rather than one go-through. One of the things I'm going to be doing through this game is I like to grind during JRPGs, okay? I like to do my grinding in JRPGs like this. However, if I'm trying to beat my PB, my personal best in this game, which is like 34, 35 hours, obviously be doing just a little less grinding. But I'm still gonna go after like crucial enemy skills, go after crucial material like that, but I'm not gonna be doing like any of the side things like I'm not gonna be going after like any of the side stuff like Gold Chocobo, Knights of the Round, ultimate weapons, stuff like that. Also, guys, audio okay? You guys hearing the game okay? You still hearing me all right? Game audio need to go down a little bit, up, what? Just want to make sure you guys are hearing everything. Audio perfect? Perfect. I like that. Alright. Iconic first boss battle. The Guard Scorpion. And I think this one even still has the mistranslation. You'll see when he goes more into an attack mode. I'm just seeing the new battle animations in this game, seeing the magic animations in this game. It's all so good. I will say, when I played through a remake, this battle was a little bit of a pain in the butt. When you're getting used to that new, just that new battle system, when you're so used to this turn-based in this game. Alright, let's see if he says what he says. Barret, be careful. Attack while its tail is up. It's gonna counterattack with its laser. I could have sworn that there was supposed to be a translation, or the correct translation is supposed to be, don't attack while its tail is up, because I'll just do it to show you guys. If you attack while its tail is up, it'll unleash its ultimate of tail laser, and it hurts like a motherfucker. But I'm pretty sure the original translation was supposed to say, don't attack while its tail is up. Because why would you tell your teammate, hey, it's gonna counterattack, so attack it anyway. First boss defeat. Level up. We get a little bit of an upgrade for Barret's weapon with the assault gun. 10 minutes to detonation. The music decided not to continue for whatever reason. We'll give him his upgrade. Do a quick potion on him as well. I'm trying to remember what port is on. Was this the PC port that was put on the PS5? I hate that all you guys are hearing is the alarm. There's no music. What the hell? And we're back attacked. So you guys aren't getting music. You're just getting sound effects for right now. Let's put you guys back in front row. I hate this. I hate this. It sounds so weird. I can't tell you. Oh, hey, not alarm. Just not alarm in the battle. Watch, when we get out of battle, you'll get the alarm again. I can't tell you the amount of times in the first couple playthroughs of this game that my brother and I did not adhere to what, oh, look at that. No alarm either. So we're treated to no music, no alarm, and just battle sound effects, basically. Creative. And I just remember this strictly has to do with the port of the game that is on the PS5. Part of me almost, going into tonight, I was tempted to buy the port on Steam. Because I know there's also the port that I have on the Switch. But I think they even fixed that one. All right, we got to save Jessie because Jessie got herself stuck. So I failed this reactor 3 times. The first time I ever played this game. The first time was because I lost to Guard Scorpion. Okay, the alarm's back at least. Because I would attack while its tail was still up, and I ran out of potions. The second time was I got through the reactor. I hit a lot of encounters, got through the reactor, but I forgot Jessie. If you get back to the entrance of the reactor and you don't go free Jessie, it will not let you leave. So you have to go back and free Jessie out of her little leg issue that she had. This is so weird. And in that point, I ran out of time. And the other time was, while escaping, I lost to random encounters. Boing. But as long as you get Jessie, you get out of here in the 10 minutes, you're good. Jessie falls like a goober again, but we escape. And thus, reactor number 1 is exploded. I just love watching the animation and the style and the backgrounds and everything of how it went from, you know, the entire scene was more animated because of the explosion and because the door coming off, and now it's just, you know, you got the smoother background because it's not moving anymore, but you got the fire at least. It's like, now you get to see, what I've always noticed is, in this port, in this newer port, you can tell what is able to be interacted with and what is not. And here's our first interaction with Aerith. What happened? You better get out of here. Nothing. Hey. Don't see many flowers around here. Never mind. So, I'll tell you guys, I play this game so much, I know every single piece of, like, interaction just to make sure I get the right interaction. We'll buy a flower off the flower girl, and then she runs off. Bye, flower girl. This part of Midgar comes into play later. Yeah, I'm thinking later. I was like, there should be treasure chests here, but I think that's when you come, make your comeback into Midgar later. Alright, we're gonna fight these guys because, if anything, I do want to grind for the XP right now. We get the battle music back, so we're back to normal. We are back to normal with, what do we got? I'm just gonna scoop myself off to the side just a little bit. There you go, because I know I'm covering the screen just a tad, just a tad there. Let's get myself off over here. There we go, much better. I think I should be able to see a little bit more. technically we defeated the soldiers, but they're still there. We just roughed them up a little bit, right? When I think of some of the side stuff I will do through this game, this play, is I will make sure I get Yuffie, and I will make sure I get Vincent. So yeah, I'll make sure I got a full party to go through. I don't know what party I'm going to primarily go through with. I usually try to change it up every time I play this game. Maybe I'll have you guys decide what party I primarily go through the game with. What is my trio gonna look like through most of this game when it is up to my decision? Because there are definitely times where there are areas where you cannot play certain characters. Where it's like, okay, I'm gonna go outside of Cloud. I've gone all female with like Tifa and with Yuffie. I've gone Kate Sith through the entire game. That's as far as you go. So yeah, we just roughed these guys up a bit. After Aerith, I go Red and Yuffie. I was never, for the longest time, okay, I was never the biggest fan of Yuffie in this game. I just did not care for the weapon. And we're going early on, okay. And I did not necessarily like the limit breaks that Yuffie had. I think I'm trying to remember the first time I actually played through this game. I think I went Cloud, Barret, and Red. Tifa, I never cared for Tifa's limit break, which is slots. Well, all of her slots. Kate Sith, you get slots too, if you decide to up it from the dice. Yuffie is my second choice. Yeah, Sid. Sid's a popular choice. I love Sid. Sid I really loved because of his level 4 break. Where he just calls down the high wind and gets a bombardment of things. But I mean, I always thought Barret had some of the strongest attacks in the game. So yeah, I think my first playthrough was Barret and Red. A lot of times I do keep Red in my party. I will say there was a clip I remember from a couple years... No, this was before I even streamed. When I played... when I did a playthrough on my Switch, where Yuffie came in clutch. When we get to that part of the game, I'll have to show it off. But basically, like, my party got wiped out. Yuffie was the only one left. Yuffie got put on Berserk, then Paralysis, and then... it got to the point where I had regen on Yuffie, and she got knocked out of Paralysis last second. I pulled off a really big limit break and saved my butt, basically. There's a side area in this game which we'll eventually get to in... Technically, no, it'll be in Disc 2. That is just a pain in the butt to go through. You find some really powerful items, you find some powerful weapons, you find some powerful materials, this area. But the monsters, if you are not leveled up, will one-hit you very, very quick. And the other big thing is, they're big on statuses, too. So talking about Midgar, basically, for those that are not familiar with the game, Midgar has two sections, basically. We're underneath what are called the plates. We are basically in the slums of Midgar. Everything underneath Midgar is considered slum, where all of the rich, fancy, good folk are up on top of the plates. Actually, the shot that will come out here in just a second when it shows the train will kind of give you a big overview of how underneath Midgar looks. I always laugh at that line. Living in a big city, it's like I've been on a train when the lights have actually gone out underground, and it is scary. Barrett pretty much puts it word for word on the differences between the top of the plates and the bottom of the plates. Alright, so where we're at right now is Sector 7. This is where the hideout for Avalanche is. So, if you've gotten the gist, they're blowing up the reactors because the reactors are basically sucking out what they're saying is the energy of the planet. You could say more or less they're... What was the way that I was told it is? They're basically, if you want to call them environmentalists, that are trying to keep all the resources of the planet in the planet so the planet can use them. I don't remember this dialogue line being one. Usually you just come talk to him and he says, all right, yeah, go in. You want to meet your little baby? Little baby. Out of my way. Barrett, I don't know what you're talking about. Get out of my way. Let me in. Let me in. Nope, not Papa. Little Marlene. And then there's... there's Pointy Boob Tifa. Did we fight? Yeah, we fought. So, here we meet Tifa. So we got the trio together. See, typically, I've always changed this option every time I play through. I do like giving it to Marlene, though. I do like giving the flower to Marlene. She's just a shy little girl. But as you know, as we go through the game, Barrett's not only fighting for the planet, but he is fighting for his family. He does love his little girl. I will say, in Remake, they did Seventh Heaven a lot of justice with the update. Give me something hard. Give me some bourbon. They sure did, yeah. I mean, just the overall remake they did of like the sectors and everything. They were super pretty. How they went from simple design like this to opening it up as much as they did. Alright, let's go downstairs. Let's go to the meeting. Poor Biggs, just getting tossed around all the time. Gets on his tiptoes, tries to get in his face. I want to say canonically too that Cloud is only like, if I remember, he is pretty short. Either that or Barrett's just very tall. I just know Barrett's a big guy in general. But I can't remember if he's just really tall or if Cloud is more short. curious about something here real quick. Because I'm looking at the neon on the wall. I'm wondering if they tried to replicate the neon, or if any neon on the wall here is the same as it was in Remake. Got an ad break starting here shortly, guys. Sorry. Oh, I forgot to do something. Going back down memory lane. Now, see, one of the big things I took out of this, originally growing up as well, that, like, Tifa and Cloud in this throwback scene were, like, super young teenagers. Or just, like, little kids. So we are now in ad break, guys. If you are subscribed or using Twitch Turbo to support, much appreciate. All the love. Thank you so much. But then I want to say they, in this scene, he is either 15 or 16. But the original designs like this just make him look so much younger. So I always thought they were little kids. Oh, they're playing Split Squad today. Interesting. But they're they lost one and they're losing in the other. Hard to believe. Welcome back from Angel, everybody. Hard to believe that opening day is next week. I feel like it always seems like winter goes by very, very slowly. But I just feel like the last, 6 weeks have flown. Come on, promise me! There you go. There's their childhood promise. And you get the shooting star to put that cherry on top. Got our money. We can go buy some items. Ungrateful little shit. Now, see, he says 2000, and Tifa just comes over and says thanks, and Cloud didn't even say yes. He didn't say no. Tifa's just like, yeah, thanks. Just got roped into it no matter what. Alright, upstairs we go. So got the Texas sign. the, what is it, like eggs and something that's on this wall is not there. I want to say like that beer, draft beer and Texas cider in the newer one. Bear, what are we doing here? We're going to Sector 5. All right. Don't know how to use materia. No, I'm not going through the explanation of materia. But I will show you. Anyway. So now we can equip our materia. Tifa's coming with us. We've got a full party. We're gonna go see the weapon guy. So we'll go see him here in just a second. Let's get our material lined up real quick. So Cloud's already got his 2 in there. Barrett's got restore. Tifa's only got the 1 slot. We'll give Tifa the cure. Or restore, I should say. Weapons guy is in here. I know we can... How about no? I didn't want to talk to you in the first place. Okay, you did had Iron Bangle. I'm gonna get 3 of those, at least for defensive purposes. Good bot. I like how the bot still tried to post something even though it got warned. You goofy bot. Okay, so we got that. Not 3rd floor. Here's where we're looking here. Here's our save points. Here's our all materia. Take the treasure chest. It's got an ether in it. I don't think there was anything else in there. That's basically... If you play this game for the first time, it's basically a tutorial area. So they'll teach you about chests, they'll teach you about the save point, they'll teach you about the battle system, they'll teach you about other little interactions and stuff like that. So, not something you gotta necessarily worry about right away. We got all materials. We'll do that, and then we're gonna move ice over there. So that way Barrett has a little bit of magic to work with. Everybody run, let's go. Time to leave. Time to go on our super secret fun mission. Gotta save the planet, you know. Gotta go blow up another reactor. Damn gosh darn hoodlums. I hate you. That is... Tsunami, I gotta say, that is probably... You probably have got me with that once before. You got me that time. Love you. I guess with games like this, I am a little bit more focused than I am like during scary games or whatever, so that one got me. I will definitely say that one got me. Busted up my rhythm. Bear was about to kill somebody too. If Tifa wasn't there, he probably would have done it. welcome to Midgar Lines. Arrival time at Sector 4 station is 11:45. Cloud, come look at the map that you looked at with Jesse yesterday. You know all about it, but I'm gonna show it to you again. You're right, I have seen this before. More alarms. More alarms. Panic, everybody, panic. Talk up the soundtrack in this game. I love the escape music in this game too, or the running away music. Hurry! They're locking the door! Run! Just run! So basically what will happen if you go through all these cars, as you can see there's a little time limit. If you're still in that other car when the time limit goes off, you get stuck in that car. Punch. Get your ass back here. So the guy, you heard that little ching? The guy pickpocketed us for, I can't remember what exactly he pickpockets. I think it's either a little bit of gil or it's an item. At random. Panic, 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 panic in the background. Panic. Ah! The OG, yes, it is the OG. Well, come on in. Ow. Hey, thank you so much for the gifty. Much appreciate you. Let me update our sub counter there real quick. Hope you're doing well tonight. Thanks for coming by. Thanks for the gifty. Ouch. 28. We are 2 away from our next incentive. Ow. Doing well? Doing well? Good. Good, good, good. Welcome on in. Yeah, we are playing the OG. Schedule's a little different over the next couple of days. Originally, we were going to marathon this game starting tomorrow, but because of some work miscommunication with me, then now we're gonna break it up into a few days. Tonight will be the short one. I'm gonna try to crack out as much Midgar as I can tonight. Although I'm probably not gonna be like going at this for like 6 hours or whatever. Although if I do go for the 6 hours, I could get us out of Midgar. At least get us to the world map, but we'll see how far we get. My friends in disguise. You just got done with Remake? So, did you get done with Remake, or did you get done with Rebirth? Are you talking like Remake, or also Rebirth? Mic sounds a little low compared to the game. Let me actually turn down... Let me turn down the Elgato just... No, not the Elgato. Let me turn down... Oh, wait, no. That is the right one. Let me turn it down to about... Let's go there. How about now? Oh, wait. you know what, my mic is a little low too. I did turn down my mic the other day because I noticed sometimes it'll pick up a lot more. So I gave it a little adjustment in OBS as well. But let me know if that's a little bit better. But yeah, I need to go back and I still got to finish Rebirth. I remember starting Rebirth a little bit after it came out. Remake Integrate, okay. So basically you played more or less the entire story of Midgar. Yeah, I still gotta do Rebirth. Obviously, the big thing that I explained to everybody is... Oh, it's better? Perfect. Thanks, Lexer. We're going down the hole. I don't care if it gives you the chills, Barrett. We're going down the hole. Yeah, big thing I brought up with people earlier was, if Remake was your first experience in this game, you are more or less getting a very, very abbreviated version of Midgar right now, compared to what you would play in Remake. Alright, let's get rid of this stupid rocket launcher first. The little blooby fish. Get out of here, you stupid blooby fish. Hell bubbles. Those don't look like very hellish bubbles, though. They look like regular bubbles. Get out of here, fishy! I'm trying to remember, was this fish more... Okay, it was Bolt. I couldn't remember if this was the fish that was weak to Bolt, or if it was weak to Ice. Yeah, every time I think about this game, it's like, okay, I can get through Midgar in this game, usually in the course of 4 to 6 hours, where, you know, I'll say my first playthrough of Remake took me 40 to 45 hours, I think? Actually, I've got Bolt on all of that, so everything right here is weak to lightning. But I was just, when I first played through Remake, it was just like, I am playing this to relive the story for one, relive, you know, my nostalgia from this game, but also check out what they added into Remake. So, the remake of Sector 7, the remakes of, you know, parts of Midgar, and like when you're going through the slums of like Sector 6 and Sector 5 and everything, it's like, it is impressive. Even the boss battles. I mean, we were talking about that when I was facing off against Guard Scorpion, where it's like, now you play through this game, if you play through this game a bunch of times, like, Guard Scorpion's easy. But I thought the difficulty curve that they put on to Guard Scorpion in Remake was amazing. Jesse, it's okay. We're fine. We'll make it through it just fine. Was it this way or was it the other way? Okay, it is this way. I'm gonna do one thing real quick that I have not done yet. And I haven't done it because I am very confident. I am very confident when I play this game, and I have not saved yet. So as you can see, I've got 3 other save files on this game. I'm gonna put these into 4. I was actually looking at these right before I started stream tonight, so here, was it in here? That was my playthrough where I was 100%ing the game. So I have over a bill. Is it a billion? No, it's over 100 million gil right there. There is a achievement in the game for obtaining all 9s in gil. So 999,999,999 basically. So we've taken our back way to Sector 5 here, or the Sector 5 reactor. Basically all I was doing was grinding out all materia for a while. Because if you sell mastered all materia, it gives you 10 million sell value. And I remember just getting to disc 3 and I'm like, okay, the last achievement I have to get to 100% this game is max out my gil. Well, obviously it's not maxed out, but there's some portions or some areas in this game where you get more ability points, which you'll see here at the top, where you've got experience. So your experience is for your character, where your AP or your ability points is for leveling up your materia. So like, for instance, you know, Cloud has 106 AP so far on lightning materia. I've got to get 1894 more AP to get up to Bolt 2. So to upgrade your materia, you get the ability points, basically. I want to say overall, all materia mastered out is like 1 million AP. Was it 1 million AP or is it 100,000? Regardless, there are parts of this game where you can go against enemies that are very, very AP heavy over experience. There are enemies in this game, and a lot of boss fights in this game will give you AP, but they don't give you. Not all of them give you experience. They will be more heavy AP and not give you any experience. So really, if you are looking to level up your materia a lot quicker, you look for AP heavy enemies, but you also equip armor, and you also equip weapons that are they can either double or triple your AP, basically. So there is one piece of armor, if I remember correct, in this game that will triple, and it has, I want to say it's either like 5 or 6 slots. So I'd go into these battles and I'm just loading up whoever has that armor with nothing but all materia. So I'm leveling up 6 pieces of all materia at once, on top of, you know, they probably have all for another magic or ability or whatever it is. The fish is in the way. Sephiroth soldier. Mecha reactors, Shinra. I hate them all. Nope, we're not going to talk about the past just yet. Kind of we're not in the best place here, Cloud, to reminisce a little bit right now. We're trying to get something done here, and we've got to do it in a certain amount of time. You know, as much as we'd like to sit around and chat and, you know, have a good time, now is not that time. And Barrett is poisoned. Now, I will say, one of the benefits in this game are if you get certain status effects during battle, like poison, it will not carry over. And I am not using my limits for a reason. You will see why in a little bit. It will heal, but there are certain status effects that will hold over. I think if you get afflicted with darkness, I want to say darkness does hold on. But there are, like, some of the older Final Fantasies and stuff, it's kind of like Pokemon, where if one of your Pokemon get afflicted with poison, as you walk, you will suffer poison damage. I think in those games, though, not Pokemon, but Final Fantasy, I don't think... Berserk does hold, yes. Poison in the older games, I don't think it would knock you out. Yeah, Fury. Fury's the one you're thinking of. And when I get my items to inflict Fury, I will put Fury on, because I will take the sacrifice of a faster building limit break over... I think it sacrifices... I think it sacrifices some accuracy, if I remember correct. So, I will take that little sacrifice in this game. I mean, there are a number of status effects you can get that are active, passive, whether you're in or out of battle. Actually, I think status kind of shows them off a little bit. So there's all your elements that you can get in this game. There's all the effects you can have in this game. But these don't also highlight all of, like, the status ailments, let's put it that way. But it's like Fury will give you a quickened status or a limit break bar, but you sacrifice a little accuracy. The opposite of Fury is Sadness. Sadness gives you a slower build on your limits, but I think it makes up in accuracy. I think it's just kind of opposites, basically, at that point. Alright. So what we're doing right here, after this battle, is we're coming up to a part of this game that infuriates many. Basically, we're coming up to a part of the game where you have to push a button all at the same time. If you do not push this button at the same time, this door will not open until you successfully push the button. I will tell you guys right now, I have never accomplished it in the first go, because there's no, like, countdown. It's like you are playing a guessing game. If you, like, get it within, I think it's like within like a half a second, then it'll work. Otherwise, it's a pain in the butt. But basically, once you start to see Barrett and Tifa fling their arms up, you've got to be very quick on the X button to do the same. I've never done this before. Let's see if I can break that streak tonight. Nope. Nope. Actually, that was within like half a second too, so... Third time is a charm. Yeah. Typically, it's like after you get past the dialogue, it's like 2 seconds, then you can expect them to flail their arms up. But sometimes I think it, like, goes a little shorter at times, and sometimes it gets a little longer. Alright, I'm just wasting out that 10 because I'll need the AP, or the MP, excuse me. We'll do that, and then we're gonna save. Yeah, you're probably right. I think if you're off the original game, the original game was not forgiving on that. That was very, very troublesome at times. Alright. Good, we planted the bomb here. It's time to escape. Okay, Shinra soldiers. We're trapped. Ah, the famous Shinra music. Oh, you. There's no way this guy would remember one kid out of a huge army of Silver, but sure. Yeah, see, at least he's being honest. I'm sorry you can't remember all your names. We are now in ad break. If you are subscribed or using Twitch Turbo, much appreciate your love and support, or whether you've been subscribed for a month or, now I can say it, 2 years. Much appreciate you being here. Yeah, unless you became Sephiroth. If you became Sephiroth, then yeah, you're pretty famous. You're beginning to bore me. I know President Shinra does not sound like that. Actually, if I remember correct, they made whoever voiced Shinra in the remake did a really, really good job to bring out his snarkiness. Alright, if you played remake, you should know what boss this is. Well, President just said it's Airbuster. Here was usually another stuck point for me, too. Welcome back from ad break, everybody. Gotta do something about the Airbuster. And now we get the first experience of the awesome boss music in this game. And on top of that, I'm gonna wait for him to turn around. Tifa's the only one. Now see, Airbuster does hit hard. I save up limits because, look at that. 2 limits, he is out. A lot of the same things pretty much relate from older games, where if you hit an opponent or if you hit an enemy from the back, you're gonna get pretty much a guaranteed critical hit. So through all the experience in this game leading up to this part, I always remembered to face enough enemies in the reactor to build up 2 limit breaks, maybe 3 with Tifa to get those crits. Otherwise, Airbuster can be kind of a grind if you're not ready for it. Airbuster had 1200 HP. And as you can see, basically between Big Shot and Braver, we took him out in those 2 hits. Don't die. You're hanging on for dear life, but don't die. You gonna be alright? Yeah, Barrett, I'm just hanging from rebar right now. But I'm gonna be strong. I'm gonna be strong. I'm gonna continue to hold on to this rebar and hope that I can save myself Why are you saying sorry, though? And here he goes. Taking the tumble. That's the last we heard of Cloud Strife. Or is it? Yeah. Is Cloud dreaming? Did he actually survive? Is this his afterlife? Yep. Cloud survived what was probably like a 800-foot drop, if not higher. Thanks to a roof, probably some beams in the roof, and a flower bed. Heck, not the flowers. Get out of the flowers. I really enjoyed. If you haven't seen Advent Children, you definitely get a little bit more insight into this area, more of the story around Aerith and everything, and what is actually underneath. And you find out why the flowers bloom here. You were selling flowers. You're the slum drunk. Yeah, I got some materia. Yeah, you can find it anywhere. Go just down to the nearest bodega. Pick up some. Little memento from Mom. It's understandable. Sure. Let's talk a bit, shall we? Let's talk for a bit. Check on them flowers. She says she wants to check on the flowers. She talks about not wanting to step on the flowers, and I swear when she went around over there, she probably stepped on like 2 of them. Alright, did the port get it right? Are we going to have the actual spelling, or are we going to have the misinterpreted spelling? We got the misinterpreted spelling! What if I just kept it this way, chat? What if I just kept it like this? We'll fix it. We will fix it. Eritish. Aerith. Erisu. And that's where you got, you know, that mistranslation of Eris because of Erisu. But really, it comes out to Aerith. Jack of all trades, master of none. Who's that guy? Let's go talk to this guy. I don't know, he just walked in on us. Let me go talk to this guy. No, you know, I'm gonna come talk to you first. A bodyguard. I mean, mercenary, bodyguard, kind of do the same a little bit. Just opposite goals in the end. A date? I want to go on a date. Sure, I'll be your bodyguard for a date. Why not? All right, gentlemen. Who's this guy? You don't know me. Actually, no, I do know you. Another iconic theme, by the way. And thus we meet Reno for the first time. Yep, we're not going to fight out here, so don't step on the flowers. And then the crappy port takes away the awesome Turks theme. Oh, don't step on the flowers, even though you just walked through the flowers, you idiot. You're gonna catch holy hell. Okay, good. It came back at least. That's all that matters. All right. You know, just a big old rocket that crashed into the church. We're good. Everyone's good here. Oh, you know what? I'm gonna do something real quick. Let's take care of these hedgehog pies first. And yes, that is their legit name. These are called hedgehog pies. I mean, they do look like hedgehogs, but they don't look like pies. And I don't think hedgehog pie would taste all that good. Let me do one thing real quick, and then you guys will find out why I'm about to do the thing I'm gonna do real quick here. Equip. You've got your stick on. You know. Oh wait, no wait, that one. I'll give you Titan. Oh, you have them. Never mind. And then the last thing I'm going to do for you is put you up in the front row instead of the back row. We gotta run. Can you jump? Get a running start. He's gonna hold them off from the second floor. You know, they've got guns. You've got a sword. If anything, Cloud should have just stuck the Buster Sword out to block a lot of those shots. Alright, the one thing I can do here is I can tell Aerith to hold on because you see these barrels up here, and I can push those down onto the soldiers below. I can tell Aerith to run, but I'm gonna grind for Aerith here, just to start. That's why I gave her a few pieces of materia, that's why I put her in the front row. This way she can fight, even though her staff does not do a whole lot. But, I mean, that's pretty much, once again, a standard in Final Fantasy where stabs do not have a lot of physical damage to themselves. So Aerith is definitely more relatable for a mage. in that way. And I mean, given her limit break, yeah, Aerith would basically fit under the class of a white mage, more or less, in this game. Or technically, I mean, you can put offensive magic on her with other materia, so you could also argue that Aerith would be... I don't think she'd technically fall under blue mage, but you could maybe fall under red? If you're just going by specific class? Because I know red mages usually have a... Red mages are more balanced. But I would definitely put her more under the guise of a white mage. And any of you Final Fantasy nerds out there just like myself can correct me if I'm wrong. Or I'd be curious to hear your side of it too. Bow, bow, bow. Fight him. Get him, Aerith! But yeah, it just comes down to, I think Aerith's magic is usually is higher. And if you look at her limits, they are mainly cure based. They are status based, mainly for positive status on your party. Although when I unlock her second ability in here, it's more offensively status for enemies, which is Seal Evil, because that puts stop and silence on enemies if it affects them. I'm trying to think. Aerith would pretty much be the only one that's under the guise of a white mage, I think, in this game. Alright, let's get out of here, Aerith. Let's escape. Let's escape. Or, you know, you just walk in place there.
Fuck yeah!
Indeed. Now here's one thing I did like. You find interesting in this is look at the proportions here and just how big they look on the roof and how big their size is compared to the church as in entirety. Big sprites, smaller buildings. Yeah, I was gonna say, you know, they do some kidnapping, you know, spying, murder, you know, that, yeah. But sure, they just kind of recruit. Ow! Hi, Lev. Welcome on in, friend. Hope your Saturday is going well so far. Okay, so you remember this in Remake. After you save Aerith, you're still going across rooftops. And just like in Remake, Aerith is having a hard time. The only thing that made... Excuse me. That only made this scene better in Remake. Is you hear Aerith curse. Oh no, Lev, I'm sorry. It's okay. I got put into working tomorrow and on Sunday as well, or else we'd be marathoning this game tomorrow instead, but now it's getting broken down into 3 days. But it'll still get done. Come on, bodyguard, let's go. Let's run away across the rooftops. Now see, I always thought there was something going on with that guy. Because it's like you're running across the rooftops and then you cut to the scene when you're back in the slums. That guy's walking across and it makes you think that he is suspicious in somewhere, in some form. And then you never see him again. At least in any important role, let's put it that way. Alright. Excuse me. We're in Sector 5. I'm not going to save yet because I know we're going to be coming up on another save point soon. Although there are some decently tough enemies in Sector 5. Let's see, this was materia? Yeah, it was materia. Got a lot of good materia here, but it's all the same. Except we can get fire. So I will pick up fire at least. This was web. I'm sorry guys, I'm gonna be yawning. It's late for 1, 2. I did not sleep the best last night, so I'm glad that we're not necessarily marathoning the game either. If anything, I took picking or having to work the next couple of days as well for softball as a, you know what, maybe this was a sign that it was not the right time to do a marathon and an all-nighter. One of these days we'll get one in though. One of these days we'll get there. Girlfriend, no, you girls. They got cooties. Well, that's nice, I suppose. Give me 1 second here, guys. B B B B B B. There we go. We're too old for that. I know. I wouldn't mind trying it. I know like 10 years ago I could have probably easily done a marathon of a game and an all-nighter and stuff like that. I was doing those all the time. Me and a few people were being kind of nostalgic today at softball. We were talking about some of the stuff that we had in like the 2000s and the 2010s. And back in my hometown we had a really fun gaming and net cafe. This net cafe always kept their computers up to date. They were able to play like the most graphically advanced games at the time. What I remember big about this place was I think it was 2007, 2008. I think that's when the game Crisis came out, And Crisis was supposed to be like this super advanced game that only a select number of computers and a select number of graphics cards can run. And this net cafe upgraded all of their computers. They had like 25 of them, I think. But their big thing was, we upgraded all of our computers. We got all new parts. If you want to come try out Crisis, if anything, the piano sting from that got me a little bit. Now see, I get that that's from Zelda. If they would have kept that thing going on, then that's like, hey, you want another anxiety-inducing sound effect there? So yeah, we go to this net cafe all the time. We usually do like a Friday night into a Saturday, so we get there at like, 8 o'clock at night. Typically, if you wanted to do an all-nighter with these guys, you had to get there before 10 o'clock. But it was like, hey, you can come in from 8 p.m. to 8 a.m., play all night, 12 hours, I think it was like $20. You got free pop out of it. There were a select few things of snacks that you could get. It wasn't like all you can eat type of snacks, but it was like, hey, we got, those, like if you go to a Costco and you can get like the big 40 pack of like Fritos and Ruffles and Doritos, that variety pack of chips. It's like, hey, you can grab a few of these, but you're gonna be limited to like 4 of them, more or less. But if you ate those and they sold like the chips or they had candy, that they would sell at like a lower price because you have spent money to basically stay there all night. So you could get like candy for like $1 or $1.50 or something like that. So, my biggest thing was, the free pop. I get a couple bags of chips, usually like the Cheetos or the Doritos. Gotta sneak around here, because if you try to run out of here, Aerith will hear you, and then she'll be like, go back to bed, what are you doing? But you're gonna run out of here. Yep, all sorts of candy. The big energy drink back then, outside of Monster, was also something called Balls. It came in these blue glass bottles that had like little bumps on it, basically, but it was spelled BAWLS, which you don't really see a whole lot anymore, but I do like. There's a computer store chain called Micro Center, and I have seen them with fridges by their registers that still sell balls. Alright, so, those of you out there that have only played through Remake, you are going to see a familiar enemy coming up. But in a different light. This enemy will be in a much different light. I will purposely get into any... Oh, perfect. So, if you played through a Remake, and Remake is the only thing you've had as far as experience goes, what does this enemy remind you of? What enemy does this remind you of in a certain space that you had to fight that looked like a house? And that was hard as shit. This is indeed the famous Hell House. But this Hell House only has 500 HP. And this Hell House is not nearly as difficult as the Hell House that you fight in a remake. It is still pretty nasty looking. When it's in this form, it can hit like a train. Alright, we're gonna use Healing Winds, because taking a couple big hits there. But yeah. Going from this game to playing Remake and seeing what they did with Hell House, ouch, was like, wow. I remember playing against the Hell House in Remake. It was just like, what the fuck did they do? Why is this thing so hard? These guys, however, especially this foursome right here, these guys can be a pain in the butt, especially in the mode that I'm playing on, where it's like you've got no pause in your active time, because they have like double speed. So they go off quick like this, where it's like you'll get all four of them attacking at least twice sometimes before you can even get one in. Luckily, they are a little squishy, so you can get rid of them if you can get your attacks off. But if you're slow on to get your attacks off, then yeah, you might have some trouble. All right, we're gonna do potion. Wait, I've got fire. You can have Fire Cloud. But yeah, the way they redid Hell House in Remake, as you saw just now, Hell House is much more of a cakewalk in this game. Come on, Aerith, I guess you can come with me. Welcome back from Ad Jail, everybody. I will say, whenever I saw this playground as a kid, I was like, I want to go down this slide. This slide always looked like a lot of fun, especially because it's got like that near 90-degree drop on it right here. But it's like, I also thought the slides were cute. They're like little cats. So you just go up those stairs there, and then you slide through, and then you go down the big old tongue there. Flashbang. No! So not only did the curiosity just peak for that one for you, there are some really good stuff. There's a lot of good stuff in Tangia. It's a chocobo. And oh, there's Tifa. Worth it. There are some good things in Tangia if you definitely take a look through a lot of that stuff. I know I kept a lot of the stuff in there. I was selective of some of the stuff, but I made sure you guys had a good library of things to look at. Alright, come on, let's go this way. Squat wheel. You know what that kind of reminds me? I didn't do the squats from earlier either, after Hammer spun the wheel. So I'm going to do those 25 plus these 15. Trying to get through in 30-ish hours would be a shame if somebody spun the squat wheel as much as they could. I mean, I could do squats and play. Be a pain in the butt, but... Now, Star, question. What are we at right now? We're only at an hour and a half. We're at a good pace right now. Did you spin the squat wheel? I'm gonna take my headphones off. I don't need my headphones to hear you guys type and talk and chat. Did you spin the squat wheel knowing where we're coming up to right now? Alright, so 25, 15, we're doing 40. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I kind of figured 8, because it's like, hey, we're in Wall Market. We all know what happens at Wall Market. 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Quick break. I'm gonna take a drink of water. Ah. $21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28. That's how many subs we got. 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40. But yep, the squats do happen here in the Wall Market. All right, gotta go over this way, try to find some information. Sir, can you get out of the way, please? Thank you. Even unpopular dweebs like you may meet their destiny here. Do you know Tifa? Gotta go do squats so you can be a pretty lady. Am I a pretty girl? Hell yeah, you're beautiful. As much as I want to go in the Honeybee Inn, as much as I want to do Honeybee Inn, I know it takes some time. And I can't do Honeybee Inn. Okay, so... Oh wait, no. We don't go here yet. We go all the way to the top. Gotta go all the way to Don Corneo's mansion. All the way up. Gun! Don's not into men? That's too bad. Cloud's not that bad of a looking guy, so Don's loss, I guess. Look at Aerith, just giggling over there. What are you up to? I just love, it's just like, yep, Aerith's got an idea. Aerith says we're gonna do idea. No questions asked. No fighting it. You're gonna do the thing. We gotta do the thing. Now, do I want to go through the process of trying to get the stuff we need to make Cloud be the prettiest, the fairest one of all? Aerith, cover your ears. It's man talk time. I know he's gonna give me the honeybee in pass. After playing through Honeybee in Remake, it's like this doesn't cut it. This does not cut it anymore. It really does not. Is it in here? No, not in here. It was in here. Yep. This is where I can get one of the coupons at least. Sit down. What are you gonna have? Ooh, Korean barbecue. I'm picking Korean barbecue because I just had that for dinner, or for lunch the other day. Give me some of that Korean barbecue. Extra bulgogi, please. Extra beef bulgogi. Good night, Star. Thanks for coming by. Thanks for modding. All that fun stuff. It was alright. Pharmacy coupon. Let's go to the pharmacy, which was this place down here. Excuse me, sir. I have a coupon. I have a coupon, please. I'd be a bit stinky. Give me the deodorant, please. Thank you. Alright, back to the dress shop. We gotta make this handsome looking guy become a gorgeous looking girl. Uh-oh. Dad's in the version of an artist block, except for somebody, or a seamstress. Is the male equivalent of a seamstress also called a seamstress? Yeah, let's go find Dad. Dad's probably plastered at the bar. Let's go find Dad. Hi, Dad. Are you plastered? Are you drunk? Oh, that's right. I could have gotten the digestive and given it to that guy up at the bathroom. She tells me to go have a drink. What do? I just turn around. Just once. I want to be a pretty, pretty, pretty girl. Do do do. Yes, make me a pretty dress. Clean or soft? I do like soft. We will get a soft dress. See, what's the difference though? What's the difference between a dress that's shiny and one that shimmers? Because I feel something that shimmers is also technically shiny. And something that is shiny can also shimmer. But we'll do soft and we'll do shiny. Got a friend who has the same taste as him. Go talk to him? Sure. Go talk to your friend that also dresses up. And once you know it, in the course of that 30 seconds, he's down here and he's got a dress ready to go. Satin dress. Come on, Cloud. Let's make you a pretty, pretty girl. How do you put it on? Yeah, let's go talk to them gym rats about a wig. We got the pretty dress. Now we gotta go get the pretty wig from the gym buffs. And guess what? It's time for squats. Are you the one who wants to be cute? I always want to be cute. What kind of question is that? I always want to be cute. It's gonna cost me what? Urgh, big bro! Gotta beat big bro to get cuter. Alright, big bro. Let's do squats. It's time for more squats. Now, I will explain the rules. So, square, X, circle, and repeat, basically. Yep. I got it. I'm getting that wig off you, big bro. Nope, I don't need to practice. We're going into it. We're getting into it right away. Oh, crap. Now, I will say what you had to do in Walmart in Remake to get stuff at the gym. Ooh, that was tough. $20 squats. I win. Give me that wig. Need to go feel cute. Blonde wig. Poor big bro, he just got wiped out. Alright, so we got our wig, we got our dress. Let's go get pretty. Yep, I'm ready. Time to change. Just like that, in the course of like the last 5 minutes, we took Dad out of his maker's block and he made a nice pretty dress for us. Now I'm trying to remember in Remake. I want to say Cloud didn't have the twin tails. I think he just had one like ponytail. She wants that one. You two, get out of here. She knows what she's doing. She knows what she's doing. Now see, that's the same red dress that she does wear in Remake. Oh, you're no fun. Now, I will say the only thing with Cloud is that obviously it probably had something to do, it probably had a lot to do with the limitations that they had on graphics in this game. He's technically wearing a dress, but you can see it has baggy legs in it basically. So it's like almost he's wearing like, what are they called, like harem pants? It's got the bow in the back and everything. But again, I'm sure it had to do with like the limitations of what they could do as far as graphics went in this game. This is probably the closest that they could have gotten to a long dress at least. I still like that they made him run like a girl too. So like he's, you know, being cute, he puts his hands out in front like that, kind of walks slowly, and then he runs like a girl. Just those little short strides basically make him look all dainty and whatnot. Alright. I do also enjoy the fact that his wig is basically extensions with the twin tails in the back, because he still has the spikes. He still has the spikes, so his hair has not really changed. So I always consider him having extensions as the twin tails in the back. Hell yeah, this guy's actually into guys. Everyone's about to have their bi-awakening in this house. Everyone's very attracted to Cloud. Does that mean if they found out that he was a guy that they'd still be attracted? I know he said don't wander around, but we're gonna wander around. We're gonna go down to this cool looking basement with, you know, a not suspicious, you know, fire pit and table with a outline of a human on it. Nothing suspicious down here, right? No, don't worry, we're not dating yet. We just don't misunderstand. We're just childhood friends. We're just friends. Yep, I'm Cloud. That's me. Oh my god, Cloud! Now, every bone in my body is just fine. I came away unscathed from that, you know, 800-foot fall that took me through a roof, rafters, and still onto hard ground, even though it was cushioned by a flower bed. But I am walking around like nothing's broken. No, trust me, my skeleton wouldn't have shattered after that. All right, talk to me. What's going on? Wow. Anyway, he, yeah, you get the idea. Era, stop contradicting us. Miss Aerith. Told you not to wander around. I tell you, women nowadays. Hurry up, will ya? Yeah, don't question why we're all down in the dungeon. Let me grab that ether, and then we'll go over here. Got an ad break coming up in just a couple minutes, guys. If you're not subscribed, we'll have about 90 seconds of ads. If you don't want those ads, you can always hit that subscribe button down at the bottom. Add that into the sub counter. We're 2 away from our next incentive at 30. And also Twitch Turbo is another way to go about it too. Even using Twitch Turbo does support the stream in a small way as well, so either way, you guys just being here, even if you're not subbed, even if you're just following and lurking and everything, your lurking and everything matters just as much. This horny, fucking nasty gentleman. Another character, though, that was really well captured in the remake. It's not gonna be me. It's Tifa. Phooey. So, one of the things that I did not do going through Wall Market, there is a way to get the Don to choose you. When I went to that one store where the guy was laying in the bed against the wall, it was the one that wanted me to go to the vending machine at the Honeybee Inn. If I would have accepted, I would have went through Honeybee Inn. I would have had the chance to go get something out of the vending machine. But basically, there's like 3 items you can get that you need for Cloud to get chosen. But just in the sake of not going after a bunch of side stuff and whatnot, I didn't go after it. Alright, there's a bunch of guys coming after me, blah, 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 blah. Lear Snicker. It's more like muscles. Telling you. Telling you. These guys are all about to have their bi awakening. Or their gay awakening. Because... Twirl, 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 and now we're back to a man. Beat the crap out of him. Alright, now to rough up some lackeys. Ow. Bunch of nasty, horny lackeys. No, CCs. Not that word. I said lackeys. Thank you. We are now in our ad break. Thank you so much, subbies and Twitch Trouble users, for your support. Much appreciated. Love every one of you. Alright, one round done. Now we get to go after Scotch. And the other two lackeys. Just to give you guys, especially if you come in late, little change for the week. We are not doing a marathon in this game. That's why we've actually started it tonight. We will have more of this game tomorrow. We will have more of this game on Sunday. Tonight, I think... If you played through the game, great. I don't think this will be considered necessarily a spoiler. Well, let's just put it this way. I'll probably play for about roughly another hour. There is a certain spot I want to get to tonight. Part of me thinks I could get to certain areas in quick enough time. But it's like there's roughly 2 or 3 spots coming up that I could stop at. Welcome back from Ad Jail, everybody. Gotta help Tifa! Let's go! There are a couple good spots coming up that could be considered like quote-unquote cliffhanger spots. If I can rush a little bit, if I can get through it, I might be able to get us out of Midgard tonight. No, we're not ready. Fucking nasty man. Time for us to ask them questions. Speak. Yeah, Don, you're kind of in that spot where you're damned if you do and you're damned if you don't, so let's do the damned if you do option. Alright, time for us to run off. There is, as I say, there is a hyper back there. Why do you think scum like me babbled on about the truth? Because you've given up on life because you're sure you'll win, or because you're clueless? Probably because you're sure you'll win. I'm correct. Here's your prize. A trip down the hole. I will say, I was always very, very, like, jealous of this desk that President Shinra had. It's like, it looks like a spaceship, or it looks like a command center, basically, and you've got all these monitors around you. Got that big, comfy-looking chair and everything. Time to take vacation. Bye, Reeve. Yeah, so let's destroy some livelihoods, but then we'll make it look like another group did it, and we'll look like the heroes when we send you the aid. It's a perfect plan. One thing I'm going to do real quick is I'm going to take the Hyper to give that to Cloud, because then he can get his limits built up a little bit quicker. I shouldn't have gone after... I should have waited to go after this, but that's alright. Yeah, these stupid things, they've got, it's one of those types of enemies where it's like, you know that they've got, like, that shell or whatever, but then you don't know, like, when the physical attacks are gonna work and when they're not. Like, that time they worked. Other times there'll be times you attack, and it's like, nope, we're gonna stick the shell out there, and it's gonna be like, you're gonna get 1 HP. Tifa's getting close. Well, Tifa and Cloud are getting close to leveling up there. I just want to get this item. Potion. Talk to Tifa, make sure Tifa's okay. Do a quick healy. There we go. Aerith, you good? The worst is over, yeah. You were saying? And we get into our boss fight with the aptly named boss. Well, apps. Sewer Tsunami. Tsunami, what are you doing in the sewer? And why are you creating tsunamis in the sewer? I will wait to use that. Alright, Tifa. Tifa, you got that. Let's hit yeah. Now we'll use Healing Wind. Because Tsunami's attacking in the sewer again. Like a goober. So, those little tells that Tsunami's gonna come from a different way. So when he does the little jump that he did there, that means the tsunami's gonna come as a back attack to the party, which means you get critted. But if he just does the thing where he pumps his chest up, then it comes down as it's gonna come behind him, and then it's going to crit him instead of us. See which one he does this time. So it's gonna come behind him this time. So a little hurt for us, but more hurt for him. What's fun is when you're going through this battle and he uses the sewer tsunami and takes himself out with it. Apps was another one of those fights in Remake that they put a little challenge on it. Good bot. And two of them out tonight. Give Siri a little praise there. No, not good boot. Thanks, Tsunami. You spelled it right. I did not. Good boot. Let's see. That, I think, is steel materia, if I remember correct. It is. That'll be helpful coming up in the, part. Ah! Yeah, everybody hydrate. Let me grab my water here. Grab 2 bottles of water for softball tonight. Went through one earlier and I was like, hey, I can use this one for stream tonight. Oh, we've had 3 bots kicked out tonight. I didn't see that second one come through. Thanks for the Hydrate Redeem Tsunami. Hopefully all of you did hydrate. That's why it says everybody. We'll do a quick Healy. Aerith, you are running low on magic. Let's jump. Whee! Oh, there's a little crabby. I think ice was the big thing for the crab, though, if I remember correct. Yep, crab had a ice weakness. Aerith, you don't need to use that yet. You might just need to cure yourself. That's really about it. I just don't want to use your limit yet. But you are just getting absolutely blasted right now. Like, everything went after Aerith in that battle. Sometimes I always wonder, you know, what's going through the algorithm of games? Especially these games. Where it's like, you know what, we're gonna do this one random battle, and maybe it's just the luck of a draw or something within the algorithm of the game that's like, yeah, you know what, this battle, this one character is just going to get absolutely blasted. Alright, we're in the train graveyard. Honestly, in my opinion, was one of the harder sections to go through in the remake, too. Alright, we will save here. I don't think we got another tent. We don't have another tent. I will ether once for you, at least, because you're the one that's going through a lot of your magic. Let's see, where are we at time-wise now? We were at an hour there. Okay. We've gone through about another hour and 10 minutes. We're actually doing pretty well on time so far. Okay, there's a high potion. That's huge. It's not that we are at any level to use a high potion yet, but... Alright, so we come down here. I have a good boot. I do have a good boot. Hi, D. How's your stream going? Alright, little ghosties. We can attack themselves, or we can attack them with... We can attack them with white magic. Take them out pretty easily. Things are happening. I got you. I got you. I'm lurking over there. I'm lurking over there. I'll even tell you I'm lurking over there. There you go. I be lurking. Oh, that one actually takes him out too. And then we'll do fire. I see you doing some drawing over there. Hey, Mr. Ghost. That wasn't very nice. I am fighting my monsters, don't you worry about it. Get back here, Mr. Ghost. Let me punch you in the face. Punch. Shoot. No. Gun. Let's see where I'm at. Oh, there I am. I thought I got through there. Rude. Hey, you told me to fight the monsters. That's what I'm doing. I'm fighting monsters. I give him a little punch, I give him a little shoot in the face. Alright, so... the one thing... Oh, there's an item over there. There is one monster I'm gonna go after in here. I'm gonna give it a few. There is a monster in here that has a... it has a better staff for Aerith. So I'm going to see if I can get that. If I remember correct, okay, so we can use this at least. You know what, screw it. We're gonna use this, because I hate these little dragon things. I think these absorb ice, if I recall correctly. If that one absorbs, it's fine because I haven't really done much with it. Yep, it absorbs ice, so it heals it. See? It uses it. It uses it. Aerith just uses it. Everyone could use a little boost. There we go. But yeah, there's a one specific enemy in here that kind of looks like a... It looks like it's riding a... It looks like a jouster, basically. So if you steal from it, then you unlock, or not unlock, you steal a new staff for Aerith, basically, a upgraded staff for Aerith. So I'm just gonna do a little circly here. See if we can get that random encounter with that one enemy. There it is. The Eligor. The Eligor is what I'm looking to steal from. Could steal anything, that's okay. Let's rough you up a little bit. See if we can get our steal up a little, or our steal chances up higher. Sleep Hell missed, good. Couldn't steal anything. Okay, I'm gonna do this. Ouch. Ouch. Okay, let's see. Steal? Steal? Striking staff. Okay, good. Oh, damn it. We can go all out on this guy now. I got what I needed. So at least Aerith will get a little bit of a boost in attack. But now she's asleep. Now she do asleep. Good, that'll wake everybody up. Because I know it uses it on all three. Ah, good crit there, Tifa. Alright, I'm gonna do this real quick. Pull that back up. Alright, let's get Striking Staff on, and then we can continue on now. Yeah, it boosts her 20 points in attack, plus gives her a lot more materia slots. Not that I have the materia to use right now. I do see an item up here, so let's go grab that. See, this is what I was talking about earlier too, where you can see like this train here is fuzzy. So you know you can't use that train. But like the train that we just moved and then this train that I'm about to go in are two interactable objects, basically. Alright, jump across. Now here... Nope, we'll get through this part at least. I was about to give you guys a fun fact. But the fun fact will come after we take care of all these little guys in here. Get out of here, you little ghost. Oh, so much better on that attack. So much better on that attack. So if you guys remember earlier, we came into Sector 7 on the train. You can come into this little area over here. However, you can see that there is some wreckage right here that you can't get past. I believe it's programmed into the game that you cannot get into an encounter down in that spot. So like if you were to go up there before you go like to the sector or the Sector 5 reactor, you will not get into a random encounter. Pillar's still standing. So now we're going into a fight basically as the Don pretty much explained it. This pillar right here is holding up one entire plate of sector. So you got Sector 7 below in the slum area, and then you've got the stuff above in the more fancy schmancy areas. And all of our friends are fighting the good fight, but then there goes Wedge. Wedge, no! Our little goofy guy. Bro, you are so much help. Don't you do it. Don't you say that, Wedge. Go save our little girl. Everyone run! Get out of the sector. And then, no, actually just go scatter about. Shopkeep, what do you got for me? Alright, let's get a couple of extra Phoenix Downs. Let's get a couple extra potions just in case. Don't think we really need to worry about too much on the side of poison right now, but we'll take that. We'll take a couple nades as well. I don't need a tent necessarily right now. What's up, Calamity? How you doing, bud? Welcome on in. Alright, Tifa's down there. We'll use a hyper on Tifa to give her fury, and then we'll save, and then we'll go up the pillar. How you doing, bud? How's, always... Oh, hell yes, man. I have been looking forward to this replay through for so long. Fortunately, there's Biggs. You're wounded. Let's not talk about the planet right now. You're wounded. Now we gotta go help Barrett out, though. Just been doing so much comparison, you know, between playing this and playing Remake tonight. Excuse me, we're at like just under 2.5 hours into this game right now. But it's like in Remake, I think when you make it to the pillar, if you're going at a normal pace, it's still like 12 hours in or something. Oh my gosh, you stupid. You know what? You know what? All of you. First of all, damn it. Ouch. First of all, ouch. And it's like you go through some of these parts and it's like, this is so simplified compared to what you go through in the game, in the remake. Ouch, ouch, ouch. But just so much love for the remake. It gives you that extra appreciation of what they did in the remake. Let's see, we're gonna do that on you. Get out of here, helicopter man. Got an ad break coming up in just a few minutes, guys. Just heads up for those of you not either using Twitch Turbo or are subscribed. As you guys can see, we're seeing that little ill effect of having Furion, where your normal attacks they've got less accuracy because we've got Furion. Oh, we got cross slash already. Let's go. But again, for the sake of getting that quicker limit break, I'll take it. As you can see, it does get a little annoying sometimes, some of these enemies. It does get a little annoying. But you get past those little annoyances and it makes up for it. Jesse! Jesse, no! Alright, just one annoying propeller guy. And we're still gonna miss. There you go, Tifa. Knock him down. Knock his ass down. Actually, if we build up a little bit of limit right now, it's not a bad idea either. Yeah, never mind. Never mind. Jesse! This isn't the last time. We're gonna save everybody. Barrett, get over here. Yeah, let's get that attack. Let's go to the menu. You've still got iron. That's fine. Let's just exchange. Oh, never mind. Air Authority is missing her stuff. Tifa will give you the cure. We'll let you get that cure. Actually, because of the fight we've got coming up, let's do this. Barrett, you're gonna get that. Tifa, I'll give you ice. Cloud, we're gonna remove all and give that to Barrett. So it might not be the worst thing I have for him right now. Give you that to stop everyone off. Boom, 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 we're good. We're done. If there's anything there's anything you learn in this game too, Barrett's a terrible shot. Actually, anyone with guns for the most part in this game is a terrible shot. You saw the Shinra soldiers going after Aerith earlier, and they just hit nothing but the ground. You know, Barrett's got this big old gun on his arm that's automatic and shooting at the helicopter, and he ain't hitting diddly squat. And we get our first encounter, or fight, with Reno. And you're about to find out why this fight can be annoying. So Reno puts on pyramids. The only way you can get the pyramids off is by doing what I just did, which is attacking the pyramid. I can't remember. Do you have something to steal, Reno? Nothing to steal, okay. I couldn't remember if he actually had something or not. Alright, who's getting it? Barrett, you're getting it this time. Pyramid B, that's what we want. Tifa, how did you miss that object that is not moving? Also, it is possible. It is possible in this fight that everyone gets pyramided. Pyramided? If you are not quick enough to get pyramids off, and basically the pyramid basically renders you immobile, okay? If you do not get your pyramids off, it's game over, basically. Because at that point, ow, at that point, you can't do anything. You know what, we'll do Big Shot first. Because no matter how much Reno attacks, you will not get rid of Pyramid, or his attacks will not get rid of Pyramid. We're gonna do a Cure-All. So yeah, it's basically the equivalent of everyone getting, you could say, petrified almost. Barrett, what in the heckies? Ouch. There we go. Actually, that's going to be beneficial because we can just do this. I will say, the glow up that Square did with Reno going into Advent Children was amazing. Because you look at Reno in this game, and again, I get it, you have graphical limitations. Reno did not look all that attractive in this game. But then you watch Advent Children, and you play the games. Reno's a good-looking guy. You know, below the second, some stupid jerk touches it. I find that hard to believe. Pretty much figured you guys probably just armed it to blow in the first place. See, there's Barrett again, just firing his gun off and ain't hitting crap. But who knows, maybe in this time when he decided to fire, he's gonna hit the helicopter, he's gonna hit Sang, and he's gonna hit Aerith, all at the same time. Smack. place is crumbling. We gotta get out of here. What are we gonna do? We're gonna panic in circles. Just gonna run around. Run! Everybody run! Look, let's put it this way. The way that stuff was just crumbling already, this place, that plate would have been coming down already on us. We would have been screwed by now. We would have been dead by now. But hey, you know what? We're gonna climb all up on Barrett and trust this long cable. And just like that, Sector 7 has been flattened. Seeing that how that entire thing unfolds in Remake again is... Oh, it got emotional. It got very emotional. Yeah, we did lose our friends, though. Come on. Thank you. Shit. This is like the only thing I hate about that little bit right there, okay? It's like you are trying to... And this is what I was talking about with these enemies earlier. It's like... You're walking out, just that little bit of area. Oh my god, I should have used a potion. But the oh crap, oh crap, oh crap. I'm gonna have a game over. Oh my god. Oh my god, I just survived. I was panicking. That was pure panic for me right there, because I knew what those three could do. Because you have to run that little bit before they catch up to you. Let's just say I'm glad it was just 3 instead of 4. I feel my heart going like really, really quick. Only for the fact that if we would have gotten the game over there, we would have had to go back and do the pillar all over again. I probably would have legitimately ended stream right there if I would have gotten the game over, because I would have been so pissed. I would have been so pissed. Okay, we're good. We're back to a full party. Just gotta run through here. Come on, thank you. Just gonna run through here. Get back into our safe spots up here. Okay, we're good. No more encounters. Oh, I would have quit stream. All right, mental preparation. What makes this scene hard right there is if you saw on the light pole was Biggs and Jesse. That's one thing that makes this scene very hard and very emotional. Ow, my eyes hurt. Ow, my eyes hurt. I'm not crying, you're crying. So it is a combination of that being a very, very sad story for Elmira. Anytime I hear this song in general, it gets me going. It just stabs right in all the hard places. Oh, my eyes hurt. Good night, Lexer. Thanks for being around tonight. Thank you so much. Hope you get some good sleeps. Probably not going to be going too much longer myself. And thank you so much for the happy affiliate anniversary. Alright, so what we are going to do... Let's hope so. Yeah, don't tell Tifa. By the way, if anything, that just kind of tells you guys, yeah, I preferred Aerith over Tifa. Aerith was best girl. Alright. All the tears are gone. Alright, so what we're gonna do here is we are gonna get to Shinra headquarters, and then I'm gonna call it a night. Because basically at that point, I'm gonna save here real quick just in case too, in case Sector 6 decides to give us issues. At that point, we're basically a relatively short hop, skip, and jump from leaving Midgar at that point. Excuse me. So as you saw, we're at 246 right now. I want to say, again, if you're playing Remake at a reasonable pace, you're at about 18 hours right now. 18, 20 hours, somewhere around there. Again, I know my playthrough, I did a lot. I'm a side quester most of the time. Remake for me was a 45-hour game. Yeah, see, if we would have gotten these 4 earlier, when it was just Cloud, we would have been screwed. Absolutely screwed. Alright, Tifa's got a limit. Let's punch one of these guys out. Going back on Aerith's theme, because that song that was playing, that emotional one that is just known as Aerith's theme, I remember hearing that in concert at a Distant Worlds concert for the first time, and just the amount of emotion, because it's like it builds up, and just hearing it orchestrated just puts a lot more feeling into it. Everyone, because I think so, this show that I'm thinking about was, the first time I went to one was like, this was 2013, 2014. There was a Distant Worlds concert in Milwaukee that I went to, and they played that, and it was just like one of those, it just sounded so beautiful in person. Excuse me, sir, I need the batteries. Can I have the batteries, please? Yeah, give me them batteries. How am I looking? I don't really. Nah, yeah, let's go. Stock up on a couple items real quick. Think I can get those through here.
It's 106 miles to Chicago. We got a full tank of gas, half a pack of cigarettes. It's dark, and we're wearing sunglasses. Hit it.
Mona, thank you so much for the raid. Raiders, welcome on in. Thanks for tuning over to TKBN. My name is Teebs. I am the radio show host here on TKBN. Usually do a lot of variety, a lot of yapping streams. We are on day number 1 of my 2-year affiliate subathon. Scott's gotta go, dropping off my kids. Worked on some art today. Mona, thank you so much for dropping off the kids. If you got a raid and run, no worries. If you guys gotta get yourself something to eat, something to drink, rest up, whatever it might have to be, I completely understand. Otherwise, welcome into my playthrough of Final Fantasy VII OG, one of my favorite games. And I am doing a full playthrough of the game. Good night, Clay. Thanks for coming in. I am doing a full playthrough of the game over the next couple of days. Originally, this was going to be a marathon game. Unfortunately, work kind of decided to intervene. So we're doing this over the course of the next few days. So, Mona, hope stream went well. And Raiders, welcome on in. Hope Mona made some good art for you guys today. Know her streams are always very, very comfy. Very, very chill for the most part. Mona is my co-host on Yap Attack as well. If you guys saw Yap Attack yesterday, we had Gabby on. We talked about some awesome food and awesome recipes and all that. It was a good time. So, but if you guys are familiar with Final Fantasy VII Classic, we are about to climb the plate up to Shinra headquarters. My goal for this game right now, this is like the 1,000,000th time I've played through this game. You enjoyed? Yeah, so did I. It was a lot of fun. I can't wait to do it again soon. Big love to you, friend. Yeah, I've played this game so much. I grew up with this game. I played this game on its release. So, the story I told earlier was, me and my brother would, beg my parents to get this out from Blockbuster for weeks until we beat it. So this game has a very close, it's very close to me. So the original plan was to play this as a marathon style and beat my personal best of getting through it in about 35 hours. But ever since worked through a little bit of a wrench into my plans this weekend, I had to change it over to a 3-day thing. So we do have an ad break coming up here in just a couple of days. As I did mention, we are at the start of a 7-day subathon. We have hit 28 so far, so we've got incentives coming up. As soon as this little propeller thing finishes here, I'll show you guys off a couple things real quick. But we've got, I showed off a new reference sheet today, and being new reference sheet as in it is my first ever reference sheet. This reference sheet will be used for my next model. We got quite a few different things going on, so let me show off the reference sheet first of all. Let's see, where's it at? There it is, and it's really big. This reference sheet was made by the very talented Space Dorito, also known as Desu. Desu does not stream. I've known Desu for a very, very long time, and she was very gracious enough to do this for me. So this is what the next model of Teebs is going to look like. I guess, I know it's not a whole lot of changes, but it's a little bit more mature looking. That's what I'm kind of going for, is something like this model looks a little bit younger than I would like it, but I made it through VRoid. And it's still my first, like, 1.0 or 0.0 model, the first one I ever made. But I wanted something a little bit more mature and a little bit more upgraded, to say. So eventually this will become Teebs 2.0. Teebs 2.0 is one of the incentives we are working on. Let me show you guys the incentive list that we've got going on for the next week, because today is day number 1. We are going through next Friday. So we have hit 7 of our incentives so far. So you guys just saw the reference sheet. We will be getting some new channel redeems here pretty soon. I will be doing a full playthrough of Huntsman eventually here very, very soon. If you don't know what Huntsman is, it's the big scary spider game. We will have a punishment wheel stream where you guys choose the punishments that go onto the wheel. There will be a thread posted into my Discord very, very soon by my mods. If you want to be part of the Discord, just go hit !, Discord in chat, and you guys will have pretty much full reign of what goes into that for the most part. We've got a community game night that we hit at 15, so we're going to have a community game night next month. New sub badges are coming, as you can see. If you see any of the subbies, they've got those little microphones next to them, but they only go up to a year. The big aim is to get a 1.5 years and a 2-year in there, but also just to give them all a bit of a revamp. 20, so that was the 20 for the sub badges. 25, we're getting a chat mascot art commission done. The new chat mascot's going to be a weather rock that will be housed inside of a radio housing, basically. Because 2 of my big things here, if you guys have followed me for a while, you know that I'm a radio VTuber because of my past profession of being a radio DJ and an on-air radio host. So the radio housing was one of those big things to get done. And then on top of that, I love the weather. I do post weather in the Discord, and there was a joke one day that I did not post about the weather. People said to go look at their weather rocks, so that brought in the idea of, hey, chat mascot's going to be a weather rock. So a weather rock's going to be housed within the radio. And then, as you can see, there's the rest of the subs moving on. So we are through 7. I've got this list up to 100, and if we get over 100, well, we got some stretch goals to go after that. But there's a lot of stuff to do on stream, then there's going to be a lot of upgrades to streaming itself as this goes on, like new starting student screens, new just chatting screens, new Chibi model, 2.0 model, some other fun streams for you guys as well. A couple other fun ones in there is getting like a theme song commission, Sonic Persona commission, and a whole bunch of other things there. So there's the incentive list. You can find that on my social media accounts, also in Discord as well. All right, let us continue our climb up the plate. Also, the other big thing I've been telling people tonight is if you are familiar with Final Fantasy VII, but your experience comes maybe on the newer games like Remake and Rebirth. You guys are basically getting a crash course of Remake in this game right now. As you know, Remake is basically everything involving in the Midgar area. And if you go by hours, we are... I mean, I'm only 3 hours into the game right now, but after that, it really... I think in Remake, you're right about 20 hours or so, if you're at a good pace. Alright, so this is another part in the original where not everybody gets... This is another part where it's like, you don't usually get on the first try. Let's see if I can get on the first try. Hey, I got on the first try. So it's a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun. But if you are part of the OG... Oh, that's right, I forgot to go after the treasure chest over there. Oh well, I think I mixed out on a Ether or a Phoenix Down or something over there. That's not the elixir. But if you are going through Final Fantasy VII, if you don't want to get spoiled, I understand. But we're getting to... we're getting to some pretty important parts of the game. That's for sure. Alright, we are at the entrance to the Shinra headquarters. So we're about to bust into this place, knock some heads open, teach Shinra a lesson or two, trying to go save Aerith. Of course, Barrett wants to be head over heels and just bust right through the front door. And this is the part where we get the decision of, do we want to go up the stairs? Or let's go right through the front door. But we're not going to do that yet. So I'm going to go over here. I'm going to save the game. So where are we at? We are at just right about 3 hours. But that is where I'm going to finish off for tonight. Let's go back to the studio here real quick. We will... Oops. There we go. And we will find somebody to raid out to. Guys, thank you so much for a good, fun, successful first night here of our subathon. We garnered 28 subs, so that's a good start. Going for that overall goal of 100, if not more. So tonight was going to be the short one. Tomorrow we are going to start at 4 o'clock Central Time. Tomorrow is also going to be probably one of the longer streams that we have. The next couple of days will probably be those 2 longer streams because we will start to really hammer down through this. We will start to hammer down through the rest of this game over the next couple of days to get into that marathon mode that we were going to go. Indeed. So yeah, tomorrow we'll start at 4 o'clock Central. We'll probably play a really good chunk of the game tomorrow. And then the same thing goes on Sunday with the hopes of finishing up the game on Sunday. Just kind of based on where we're at right now. We're at a really, really good pace. So appreciate you guys coming by. We'll do it again tomorrow. Just to give you guys one more quick heads up of what's going on with the schedule over the next week or so as well. Let me pull that up for you guys. Especially those that you rated over with Mona. That is tiny. Let me boost that up there for you guys real quick. So again, all these times are in Central Daylight Time. Tomorrow we're at 4 o'clock and Sunday at 3 o'clock. playing Final Fantasy VII until we beat it. If we end up falling short of finishing 7 on Sunday night, we will bleed over into Monday, and then we will get into our regularly scheduled stuff with Sonic Rumble Party. I've got Red Ring giveaways, so if you guys play Sonic Rumble Party and are looking to get some of the new skins that are out there right now, I will have some Red Ring giveaways going on that night. Tuesday, we're going to play Mega Man Legacy Collection. We're going to go through the challenge modes, go through a lot of the boss rushes, a lot of the level rushes that night. Wednesday, we're going to do Scary Game Night. Since you guys did get the Huntsman redeem, maybe we'll do Huntsman that night. I will discuss that with my mods. Thursday is opening day for baseball, so we are going to celebrate by going to do some fun baseball and play some backyard baseball that night. And then Friday, we have a huge collab, a huge Lockdown Protocol collab with lots of friends. Those of you that came over with Mona's going to be part of that. So if you are familiar with the goons at Gaff Squad, that is myself, Mona, Iggy, and we're talking Iggy, Joel's mod Iggy, Zeplander, and Flip. They're all part of that. So they are going to be playing in that. Also slated to be playing in that as well. Let me pull up the list real quick just so I make sure I'm covering everybody for that night. And if you're, I'm assuming if you guys came over from Mona's, a lot of you are fellow blockheads as well, so a lot of these names should sound very familiar to you. So again, Iggy, Mona, Zep, Flip, Lexer, BQ, Orion, Owl, Shoal, Luis, and Meaty. So that is who we have right now. Our good friend D may join us, depending on how their close goes at work that night. We tried to get a couple others. A few others had some work conflicts as well. So right now we are looking at 12 confirmed. And if D can make it, that'll make for 13, including myself. So it's going to be a big Lockdown Protocol collab that night. So we're going to have a lot of fun with that one as well. So I'm definitely looking forward to that, but I'm also looking forward to the next week of streams that we've got going on as well. But other than that, that's going to wrap it up. Let me go see what we're going to raid out to tonight. Who haven't we raided out? Let's see if we can find somebody new. Actually, I've never raided out to Bento Midori before. Bento is fun. Let's do that one tonight. We're gonna go raid out to Bento Midori. Bento is playing Halo Wars 2. But Bento is a fun, comfy, but yet can be a little bit of a chaotic streamer. If you are part of Nags's streams, SSB Craft, as their name is there, is one of Nags's mods as well. So if you are subscribed, there is that first raid message. If you are not subscribed and you're just following, here is raid number 2 that you guys can use. Other than that, I will see you guys tomorrow at 4 o'clock Central Time. We may start a little bit earlier. We may start a little bit earlier if I get home early. If so, you guys will see. Oops, you guys will see the that notification pop up, and I'll also post around that. Hey, I'm starting a little bit early, so be on the lookout for that, but plan on 4 o'clock, maybe a little bit earlier. Other than that, you guys have a good rest of your night. As I tell you guys, make sure you eat, make sure you drink, get something, stay hydrated. Oop. Take your meds, all that fun stuff, and make sure you guys get plenty of rest. I always like to hear that you guys are taking care of yourselves. So please do that. And let's go say hi to Bento. You guys behave yourselves, have fun, and I will see you guys tomorrow. Have a great rest of your night. Bye-bye.